Hello. A minute. But today we're gonna be going to the harvest. I think that's what it's called. And we also need to upgrade my axe and do whatever I can to get to the savannah. Because I was watching somebody yesterday and the money that they were making from the savannah was crazy. So that's what we need to do. I'm gonna get everything together that I can to donate because I think it opens based off of how many altars you finish or something like that. We need to offer up everything that we can to get through as quick as we can because that will give us money, and money gives you resources just like in real life. Come on, game. Come on, game. I'm trying to think what was gonna happen. I don't think anything was gonna happen today. I always see what's gonna happen when I first log in, and I don't think it was anything. Anybody's at the door. The way this is loading is making me think there's something at the door. We already got our pets. I do need to go and try to get a dog though. I have the bed for it. Now what is happening? Resume game. Hello. Zuri looks happy. Mari looks happy. Is it Bree's birthday? No, that's tomorrow. Okay. So we'll probably play these these 4 days. Probably, maybe, we'll see. Ooh. Harvest some stuff. And some things and some stuff. No double harvest. Okay. I think I see taro. Oh, you know, I do remember that. Also, I was thinking about it. Let me go on ahead and do this. Ocean is sea. Okay, I didn't remember that. Close to the museum being sea. Want to do is get this. Yeah, and I can afford it. We're gonna go ahead and get a hay chest. Oh, I forgot that I had gold. It's so beautiful. But we need this to be silver. And that's what we're gonna do today. I am going to put this. It doesn't want. Oh, it does. Okay, just close enough. I'll put it right here for right now. And come outside. Well, hello, sir. Quality product. I know that's right. Ooh, silver milk. Thank you, ma'am. Because there's, well, there's 4 there too. Ooh, all big eggs. I know that's, see y'all. Ooh, silver duck egg. Oh my gosh. The money. Okay. Oh, let me let them out because sometimes I forget. It's not okay. What I need to be doing though is putting these closer. There's no reason for them to be far away at all. Even if it's just right here. Okay, back to back, that's fine. Ooh, 2 silver? Get out. And I should get this. What's this say? And I should get this cheese machine as well, because use press. Because what else am I going to use here? Milk? That's it. There's space over here? There is. Okay. And then this way, I can keep these here. I don't want to do that. See, I'm slacking. I didn't offer wool yet. I don't want to offer gold quality wool. Not wool. Yeah, it is wool. Okay. What else was I thinking of doing? Oh, I need to make sure. Big battery. 2 batteries were waiting. I think I put in the batteries. And then one of these. Not that one. Not that one. Okay. There they go. 13. That's nice. That's my hardwood. But I need silver bars. Because. Oh, maybe I don't. Oh, silver ore. Figure this out one of these days. Get all this wood. Alright, and I can take this. Big jam. And is this where I'm putting the food? Yes. I think I can put the mushroom in the dehydrator if I am correct. Yes. Don't remember what it makes. I guess we'll have to wait and see. stuff away in mining. Oh, I used all the silver. Okay, that's fine. Where am I trying to go? What am I trying to do? I guess I'm just trying to see stuff. Let me put this artichoke away. Since I'm still here, we are going to want to open these. Let me put this in here just in case I forget. Okay, so today we're going to upgrade. I'm about to go forage. It just makes sense to upgrade this too, right? Since I have 28,000. Because I know that I was trying to save money to get the computer. But let's also be smart. Need more kelp. All right. Okay. Well, now that it's 10 o'clock, let me just go. Makes no sense to take my time, right? Make sure I upgrade so I don't forget. 3,000 bronze axe. Oh, I only needed 5 silver bars. Okay. And wood. Yes, and it'll be... Oh, that's perfect. I'm not even missing out on a day. Where are you guys at? Why is... Oh, okay, I was gonna say, somebody's gotta be here. Oh, hey, wanna listen to something? Sure. Nice. Pablo's hard at work on his speaker. But I was listening to something. Okay, we're not gonna hang out right now. So confused. Okay, silver ore, I'm not mad at it. Gold ore. Purple crystal. Don't know if I've gotten the purple crystal. Rhodonite. Yikes. Opal, okay. Okay, so we got three things for me to look up. And opal has not been offered. Purple crystal has not been donated or offered, so it's going to be donated. And that's not been donated either. Okay, now we gotta go to the lab. Thinking I should probably, because I know myself, I'll get distracted. Let me just go straight to the museum. I'm going so backwards. I wanted to offer everything, right? But I'm gonna try to trust my gut. And we'll just offer that. But first, we'll go to... Is it Ling? To see what we can find. Jack, Kira is better at this than I am. You should find her if you need help with yoga. You grow most of your own food? I assume farmers do that. Dinda, I use leftover logs to make wall clocks in my spare time. I guess you could call it a hobby. No, we should buy one of her wall clocks. Archie found a pair of old boots near the cavern yesterday and brought them home. And that's just one of his finds. Anybody can play the flute. All you need to do is get yourself one and blow through the mouthpiece. It's that easy. Easy to learn, but really hard to master. It's too bright in here. The sun's hurting my eyes and it's loud. Let's get back to the cabin. Okay, bye. My good friend Bree's birthday is coming up. I'm going to see if I have some jackfruit laying around. Her birthday is coming up, you're right. She loves that stuff. Jackfruit, that's good to know. Don't have any of that. If not, I guess a jar of jam will do. Thanks for the tip, Erica. I'm gonna get her some jam. I've been looking out for orchids this fall. I hope he comes through. You have a lot of pumpkins on your farm? No. Oh, so sorry. Don't want to interrupt your... Oh yeah, I need to get to the lab. I'm not fast traveling. While I'm here, let me get a dog, right? Oh, and this fool. Thanks for adopting a pet. They deserve a wonderful life, and you're giving them just that. It's really cool of you. Probably the nicest thing you've ever said to me. I'm here to take care of the shelter. What? Pick up a broom, help out. See? Why are you still here? Why are you so rude? Okay, so it looks like they don't replace them. Which is fine. I understand that would take quite a bit in the game. And I was gonna get this dog, but I thought about it. And I'm just gonna go with the one that I wanted. Because even though I want a big one... Oh, I can't adopt any more pets. I wonder if it's associated with town ranking. Actually, I'm glad I'm here because I wanted to look at something. Because we could use then can't we? Yes, increasing mastery. It's only 500. Listen, I know that I could use ranching. Okay, so you get a ranching elixir. Yeah, I didn't think you get it. It's just... Okay, we do eat it. My mastery has increased. Now farming, we need help with. Because I'm not really actually farming. Oh no, you can only get one of each. I was gonna get another farming elixir. Oh man. Catching, I could definitely use help with catching, but... And fishing. I'm not fishing that much. I think I'm gonna... Oh. I was about to say, I think I'm gonna save my points. I don't have points to save. I do like these scarecrows. Sold out. Alright, let's get to the lab before I forget. Because, well, let me read one book. Millie's Note, The Giants. Article note. The giants are actually pretty small, but they got their name because of their huge hearts. Well, that makes sense, because I have been talking crap about how small they are. Back in the day, people were super impressed by how kind and wise they were. Picture tiny, elf-like creatures with a big impact. They've kind of gone off the radar now, maybe because the world changed a lot. But they're still a big deal in stories and myths, teaching us about being kind and all that good stuff. Nice, short, sweet, to the point story. You can read about fish here. There are plenty of informative books about when to catch them. The farming books are over there. If you're busy, I hear ya. I wonder who would like a seed. Millie might, but I am going to forget, so let me hurry up. Do I still? Yeah, I have my cheese. I was gonna see if he wants to buy it too. Or since it's bronze, yeah, let me just keep it and put it in the. Oh, tomorrow you'll get an egg because I don't have any more eggs. I'll get it to you tomorrow. But this being bronze might count towards my. Probably not because it says. Shoot! It says fruits and vegetables. Hold on, let me catch that. I could sell it. Hi, Betty. Kids are very perceptive. They absorb everything we do like sponges. As grown-ups, it's up to us to show them the right way. Very true. It's the same way with cats. They're very smart. We also need to be a good example for them. I believe the same. He's just holding his coffee out. This island has a lot of potential. It warms my heart to see people beginning to appreciate it. Some of my friends meet up at the community center on Wednesday nights. They share their feelings and support each other and stuff. You can join them if you want to. Or is it Thursday nights? I don't remember. Since you're here, let me ask you a question. What's the best way to fold a shirt? I remember my mom telling me once, but I totally wasn't paying attention. Hang out with Scott since we're here. I don't really want to spend a lot of money. I'd rather it be free, to be honest. Volunteer, because we haven't volunteered in every section. Heck yes, I'm all fired up and ready to roll out. Oh yeah, he likes the museum. That's perfect for him. We can volunteer. Where should we go? Dino. Even though I think I've already volunteered Dino, but I know that's his favorite place. Let's go. And I wonder if you hang out with them in their favorite places, does that increase your relationship quicker? Wonder. I like hanging out with you. You're awesome. Well, thanks, Scott. You're getting to know Scott better. Cool. Now let's go see if we have enough farm. Cool. Oh, wasn't that supposed to be offered? I'll do. Why did I not? Okay. Yeah, let's do that. And I can put. Let's put this in the thing. To go here first because they close before offering. Offering doesn't close. Can't believe it took me this long to figure out that these are rocks that you can completely break open. Ooh. Let me double check. Perfect, we will be selling it. But we could do silver. But it makes sense to do all bronze first, right? Okay, so we can't stop. Let's sell. And yeah, you don't have anything that I want. Oh yeah, let me go see Sam. I do want to sell him my cheese. Sam, would you take my cheese, please? Oh, where are we meeting? Oh, nice. Adventures would be great to see you. What do you want to drink? Like hot chocolate. I don't drink coffee and I'm allergic to everything, so hot chocolate's better. One hot cocoa coming right up. Allergic to all the flowers, so tea just doesn't work for me. Don't worry about it. That's so nice. It's on the house today. Thank you, that's so nice. You're very welcome. I need to let my regular customers know I appreciate them, right? I mean, sure. No, I was your regular customer. To tell you the truth, the business is a little slow. I'm sort of worried. Sometimes I feel like I'm in way over my head here. You're doing a great job with the coffee stand. Well, thanks. That makes me feel good. But if you saw my bank account, you might not say that. I mean, it's an island, so I get it. Just between us, I'm making enough money to stay in business, but just barely. How will I ever expand and be successful if I'm barely covering my expenses? Did Waku come all the way over here? He was just at the... Have a nice day. Thanks for coming to Raja's. Mayor Connor invited me to join the Starlit Town Chamber of Commerce. Do you think I should join? I don't even know what that is. It's a group of business owners who meet once a month at the community center. I don't think my business is big enough, though. I figure if I join, I can ask for advice. That's true. I mean, you gotta give advice, too. If Rajas is going to grow, I need to start taking the stuff more seriously. I'll join the Chamber of Commerce. Here, let me get you a refill before you go. That's very nice of him. But, in the interest of taking my business more seriously, I think I need to charge you for this one. Okay. We want to sell to you. Oh. You're just friends with everybody. Hey there, you. Perfect timing. Come and try this bread. Yummy, isn't it? It's so fluffy. I've just tried this new recipe. It makes the bread so much softer. Wow, this is the best bread I've ever had. Really? I'm not sure about that, but thank you. I appreciate the kind words. No, homemade bread is always, well, I should say fresh bread is always the best. I think I'll mail the recipe to Brie tomorrow. She bakes her own bread, you know. She has to give this one a try. Well, why don't I mail it to you too? Thanks, Eva. Eva? Everest, Eva. You know what? I think I'll do that. Since you're here, could you help me out real quick? My hands are full. Could you take the cookies out of the oven, please? I'd hate for them to burn. Uh-oh. I'll say we dropped on. Oh my, you okay? What happened? I'm not gonna say I forgot to use an oven mitt. Come on. I burned myself. Where's your oven mitt anyway? Oh no, I'm so sorry. The oven mitt should be around here somewhere. Let me fix you up. I'm so sorry about what happened. I hope your hand heals soon. Almost forgot why I came in here. We can't upgrade. Perfect. But we can... 370, that's decent. Cranberry. There's no fall, winter. Bok choy. I think I have pumpkins coming. Grapes, summer or fall, summer or fall, summer or fall. Yeah, okay. Would have been nice to have, oh, jackfruit, that's what she was talking about. Okay, let's talk to Sam though. Hello, farmer. It's great to see you here. Looking for the most profitable seeds? I suggest you plant what you want and the rest will follow. Thought he was gonna give some advice. That's the best price I can give you, take it or leave it. I also wish it didn't come across like I was trying to get a discount because I'm not thinking about that, to be honest. Emily, yeah. Can't even picture Emily in my head. Sam doesn't live there? Interesting. I wonder if he likes seeds. Let's try to give it to him. Oh, thank you, I guess. Perfect. Okay. Did you give your animals a hug today? You should make sure they're happy. It seems like a good day to have ice cream. You're right, every day is a good day to have ice cream. Why were you reading my mind? But Dad always says not to have too much, or I'll get a stomachache. Your dad's smart. Oh, I'm glad I'm over here. I have never... Oh, they're closed, of course. In the clothing store. Okay, I will be right back. I need... Let me see what's the best. Yeah, we'll stay right here. Need to go get something. I'll be right back. All right, I am back. I think people in Antonio's not here. Not looking to shop. No. I do love that they have this. Conclusion is in my. There's some. The furniture store is what I would like. Let's look at socket and pan first, because if they have a deal on anything else, I'll buy it right now. Nope. And I think I'll hold off. I think I'll let the game, because 8, 16, I can buy almost all of these right now, and I think it might just be best to let the game tell me when it's time to buy something when it's on sale, you know? I don't need to do everything right now. Not necessary. And really here, I just want to look at the furniture. Outdoor decor. Wood cabin style. Because I live in the US, I don't think I will be doing this, but that's... I mean, that's nice. Stone waterfall. That could go with anything because of the stone. I like that log chair too. And the desk. Oh. Yeah, it's just really nice because of the logs and the stone. The grill is what I was looking at. Really nice. Now this I could do. If I'm gonna play a game, let me make it different than what we have at home. This is beautiful. Oh my gosh. And what is this? That's really pretty. This wooden bird cage. Oh my gosh, I love that so much. Is that how I see it? I don't see this though. Oh yes, I do. It's not as big as I thought it would be. Okay. Beautiful. East Asian is pretty too. The cart. The sand decor is nice. Ooh, I like fountains. I've just come to realize they have less items here. I don't see myself using that. Baroque style. This is pretty. Marble table. So these are okay. The ones that we can buy at that. Once again, I love the fountain. Oh, they have a waterfall too. Buy these at that festival cheaper. Okay, I like the beach. And I like the fence. Ooh, the torch. I don't see the torch here. Boat chair. Yeah, it looks more like a boat here. Oh, and that table. Is that a boat table? Oh, couch. Oh, okay. Yeah, I really like this stuff. Like I would put this in real life on my patio. Neoclassic is interesting. Elegant chicken statue. I never thought I would hear that. But that. I like that. I might need to get an elegant chicken statue just because. Bosan style is interesting as well. I like that. Now this is like home. You know, like stuff, bamboo chicken cage. This is like stuff that everybody would have, but I think I heard somebody say that Bosan is like when you're renting. So it's not gonna be like high class. And that's what I'm seeing. It's not, but it's like regular that everybody would be using, like this water tank. You could put that together. You could put that together. I like it. And it's not overly expensive. Point from what I heard. Stop it. You could have a party. Where's this table? I see all of these. Anyways, that's wild and crazy. And they have the bar. Oh my gosh, that's funny. I hope this pauses time in the game. I think it does. I'm just trying to eat something. Okay, it was wrapped up. Party style, okay. This is more like birthday party. Because of... yeah, party birthday cake. It's nice though, I like that. Yeah, and the family party table. Okay. I like the role-playing ability. Look at the indoor. Okay. I really like stuff made out of wood. This bar table, I really love that. Fireplace, okay. Okay, and that's the stuff that we already have. So I could just finish it off with these. Wait a minute. Oh, it doesn't come with that? It's just the wall decoration. I guess it does. Yeah, sewing machine. Where's this? Do they not have this in here? They must not have it, but I'd like to see what size that is. The bed, does that bed come with it? Yes, it does. Cloud futon. Aquarium cabinet, okay. Oh, I like it. Yeah, rattan, or however you say that. I love it. This is probably gonna be my indoor stuff. Basic stock. Enter the game. Not gonna get. Oh, actually, let me go back to beach. Oh, and I even like the wall. You see the wall covering. I might like that wall better. Whatever. And yes, it's very simple. Nice though. At least you have everything you need. Pile of clothes. It's funny though, I feel like every game has this style. The Sims has this style. Dinkum has this style. So I think in this game I'm gonna skip it, except for maybe the statue. Ooh. Nice too. Now I could of course do different styles in the bedroom, in the living room. Maybe the bedroom will be the beach or whatever that was. This is nice. I like this fireplace. Does that automatically come with it? Because I like that picture. And I like that the clock comes on top of that. Oh my gosh. I'm trying to get all these blue off. Let's go cloud. That's... I love that they have the base, the potted tree. I'm looking for the turntable. Oh, and the couch. There we go, disco DJ table. Oh yeah, and the antique table. Now that's funny. What about this though? I don't see that. Ooh. Definitely birthday party theme. That's a lot. Okay. All right. I need that. You look up. I'm about to look up what that one needs. I know it's a lot of gold bars and have it right here. Rare resources. 3 gold bars, 3 silver bars, so 3 of everything. Help essence and bars. We also see, I could have done this before. Who else can I hang out with? Looks like her, him. I need to befriend him. Because I just don't talk to him. Ooh, Kenny. Kenny. Where you at, Kenny? Fish and sips. Good thing we're not that far. I'm so glad the air has cooled down. It's a breath of fresh air, quite literally. Oh. Millie has a lizard that only comes out of hiding when she's home. Cute little thing. She named the lizard Tin. What a fun name. An interesting name for a lizard. Oh. Family meeting. One moment, please. I'll be right with you. So if Sissy isn't coming, is Eddie still going to come? No, your brother isn't coming home either. He said he would try to get a ticket back, but he mailed me a letter this morning. And he said that the tickets are too pricey for his budget right now. I don't mind at all. I'm happy he's careful with his coins. Your father would understand. Alright then, Ma. When should we go to the graveyard? If we aren't waiting for anyone else, can we just do it today? Not the right timing, dear. I have to see the mayor soon. I'm helping him with the upcoming festival. I'm thinking sometime next week. Sounds good. Wanna come? Yeah, let's go to the graveyard. I think it's time. Don't you think, honey? Wait, this is Theo. Are you here for me? Nah, just messing with you. Grab a seat, I'm about to sing. You won't want to miss this. I mean, we can hang out too. This gig isn't really banking the big bucks for me. It isn't always about the money, you know? It's about doing something that you love. Theo. Let's stay at the tavern. Let's hang out at the bar. Why not? Absolutely, count me in. Sounds like a blast. We should go do that again sometime, huh? What do you say? You're getting to know Theo better. Okay, but what about my... Oh, I'm trying to speak to... Oh, here he is. Oh, Luke. We should have a pet play day sometime. Taco would love to meet your pet. That'd be fun. Are you as busy as we are in fall? It's honestly such a pain, but it is what it is. I've been knee-deep in reviews of this year's Consumer Electronics Expo. Definitely looking forward to the online end-of-year sale. There are things I'd like to get my hands on. The Weather Channel isn't always right. I got caught in the middle of a snowstorm one time on my way to Turtle Island. Mama likes to be busy. I told Noah that it's best to just let her. It's good for her to have activity so she doesn't just sit around the house. I like to eat the same things, especially for lunch. It's simple, you know? Eggplant lasagna or some hummus with things. I just made a bunch of food and put it in the fridge. It's one less thing to think about in the morning. That's very true. Yes, hang out. Let's do baking. It's a fine idea. Let's go. I wonder if we get to keep what we make. Had myself a real good time today. You're getting to know Kenny better. And we're closer to home. So nope, we don't get to keep what we made. I think that's the man-faced. Yep. Okay. Heard a cricket. That's perfect. No, you can move closer to me. Ground beetle. I'm gonna donate my stuff, 3 of each. Doesn't have to be today. In the game. Some stuff. Yep, ground beetle I did not have. The bronze, gold, and all of the kelp. Look at that. Atlas. Gold and all the kelp. Moral chips. What's the recipe? Here's the bread recipe. Mining. Gold. Gold. And, well, what am I doing? Again, I will be right back. Hello, I'm back. Let me drop the stuff off and then we're gonna go diving to get more bronze kelp because I see that's what I. Oh, duh. Working. I have to remember I need silver kelp. So silver kelp must be working. But let me go get some bronze kelp. If this will be beneficial. Help. I don't see any kelp in here. Exit. Neat. Time. Wrong direction. Guess I should have known you don't want to go deeper. Shallow. Go. Tiger tail. And food, you know I can't pass up the food. Oh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Well, I don't know what that was, but ooh, dolphin. Shoot. Okay, whatever it is, I need to come back. Go back. may as well put the donate that. Did I? I don't know if I. One skill point. Oh, ordinary scarecrow and hydro. That's with Kira. I didn't go up in ranching. Only 280. Oh yeah, that's because did I sell the mayonnaise? I think I still have the mayonnaise in my pocket. Oh no. You know what I held on to the mayonnaise for? I do get a point. Oh, I do get a point in ranching. Okay. I don't care if the feed stays full. Lowers time to befriend them. Selling price of animal products. Increase the size. Selling price will help no matter what. Farming, perfect. How else I'm gonna get these? Quality, water, soil. Let's do better quality. Chance to leave it behind when clearing. Selling price. I think that's the one that we have. Me getting more. I do also need to craft the one. Stupid to do one, but and today's Bree's birthday. We only are missing a little bit of energy. Harvest Festival is 7 p.m. at Allen Square. Remember to bring your 6 best items. Okay. That is good to know. We can start selling some of this. Oh, that's bronze. Yeah, we could have sold that last night. But I could also go sell that today. I mean, of course, doing this gold mayonnaise. We're going to be bringing that and that. Looks real dry over here. Donate this before I forget. Put it out to sell. One more. I can make 3. I think. See what I have in my pocket that I can make sure I'm not using all my resources that I could be give. Put it right in front. That way we don't have to play games to see. Let me come back to this one because this is the silver. Oh, there's some food. Wonder if I can. Perfect. I got to keep my explosive after. Right there. Come on through, we will know. Now let me go here and see if I can get that, like, was it a blue lobster? Maybe we can get... I'm gonna keep my eye out for anything except accidentally coming across them. See that plug up there, but we already have those. And there's the dolphin. Something tells me what I saw yesterday. You started moving and I'm here. Thank you. Then go over here. Anemone or whatever it is. Jellyfish. Inventory full. I don't even have any food, but yes I do. Oop, nope. I have scavenged. Find that thing though. That grab it. Anything else different? I won't. Nope. The stuff off. I need to go to the lab. Already, I have 2 different things. So I think, yeah, I have enough of those. Donate. Do it. We'll also have this one finished today. If this opened the Savannah, I would be so happy. Oh, and the glass. See. Scallop, so be dried. gonna hold on to this. This also says food, so I can cook that eventually. I'm gonna put this stuff in here. Oh, and I need to find brie. Big jam. Donated that too. Mining. In reality, I can get the for these today. All the same. I mean, look for brie. Oh, did I miss? Another farming skill. I was gonna get farming anyways. And the selling price. Perfect. You're at home. I don't have. Oh, donate you. Can't. Let me get another. Oh, well. If you decide to challenge that disagreeable farmer in the competition tomorrow, know that we're rooting for you. Thanks, Luke. I think I'll chill here today. I'm too tired to go to the tavern. Taco's my dog. He followed Suki out of the forest and has rather made himself at home here, hasn't he? Taco likes to roam around the town, a bona fide explorer, one might say. This area, the Harvest Festival's a cool way to spotlight local farms and eco-friendly stuff. Heard they're even gonna have places for recycling and composting, so that's awesome. On all fronts. It is. I need to get the animals that I do have out. It's gonna be a cutscene. Don't know these people. The Harvest Festival is where we separate the wheat from the chaff, literally. Been grooming my crops all season for that moment. Well, good luck. Oh. Thank you for this unique birthday gift, dear. Did that mean you didn't like it? I'll also give you my mayonnaise. Thoughtful. Thank you for the birthday gift. Are you looking for Taco? He should be around here somewhere. Have you eaten? Would you like some tea or coffee? It's nice. Bobby thinks he's going to steal the show. Not on my watch. May the best produce win. And I hope you guys win. Luke is protective of Taco. It would break his heart if Taco ever, you know. Technology, huh? Automatic sprinklers and such. What a time to be a farmer. Hi, Taco. That's true. I've never heard him bark. Bon Bon might have barked. Donate this grasshopper. Oh yeah, I forgot their board. Okay, 5 rope. Sure, we'll use that sometime. I do also want to increase my... I cannot. Oh, it's you, Human Farm. I do want to increase my fighting skill or whatever it's called, combat. Thank you for these clothes, they fit us well. I don't bundle up for the Harvest Fest. I like to be comfy, you know? A light sweater is all I need, especially if I'm going to be running around playing games. Let me get these animals out of here. Do with the animals. And out my way. Didn't even get it. Go. I do like that the grass grows, though. I think I said that last time. Appreciate that. Jeez. So much easier to just grab. One large. Oh, is that gold? Gonna be. Oh, yeah, I have to give Buddy an egg. I think it's Zara. Yeah, Zara. Oh, you will be getting the bronze egg, Zara. Oh no, she won't. That's a large. You'll be getting one of the silver eggs. Right. And let me just let these fools out here. Hi, guys. I like how they look bigger. Oh. What's up? Osmium quality wool. I'm gonna take that with me tomorrow and see if it does anything. I'm gonna bring my cheese. 2 silver cheese. Oh, let me. I gotta find Zara. Okay. Still not done. There. I'll come find you later. I gotta sell these items. Oh, it disappeared under me. Oh well. Donated it. Here for business. We double check Man-Faced and Monarch. Everything that I can. Some of these have a couple. Monarch has done everything. Man-Face has done everything. Right. Zara now. Well, and while I'm here, let me find some stuff to... these rocks in. This is grasshopper seed. Much as I want to clear the ocean and just focus on that, no, that doesn't open the savannah. Even though there's some stuff I can find down there. Rare trash. Kelp. More bronze kelp. Remember tonight to go down. Almost always food right here. Come back later. Get Zara. And then tomorrow I'll get my tools and we'll have our make sure I did everything with the grasshopper too, because if it can be okay. Can be offered, we are offering it. But nope. Let me make sure that's the same. Yep. Than that. Sunday, a new day? Do we have a new deal or do I have to wait till tomorrow? Gotta wait till tomorrow. Tomorrow will be a busy. Act like that. Ooh. You're welcome. The lake's my favorite part of the Harvest Festival, to be honest. Being near the water is just calming. Don't you live on a boat? If you haven't noticed, the ruins and temples tell stories. They're about the island's history and folklore. Yeah, ruins. Alright. I'll give her my pickled celery. For me. Did she like it? Not necessarily. I'm never gonna get that. Oh my gosh. Alright. Let's get home. I mean, this would be a nice way, though. Go home to scavenge. Oh, I need to go. This is perfect. Is this where I need to go? Not quite. Pufferfish. And then the rest of my food. Okay. So I do need the computer. Not gonna be as quick as I thought it was. That's fine. As long as I know that when I hit the 40,000, that's what I'm getting. Oh, I don't need a feeder. I could get an auto petter already. No, I can't because I don't have that many large wool. I could get the. Oh no, I can't. It's too much. So with this, you need the previous, so I have to get that first. We could do that. I just don't want to use my batteries, but I have to. And you have to use so much hardwood. Okay. So it just doesn't make sense to do that right now. That was develop, right? Ooh, can we buy from them again? Oh, yes, okay. Clap. Okay, if I can get 8 gold kelp essence today, we'll do that. That's what I should do so I can finish Sam's thing. 5 bronze kelp essence. Whichever one's easier for me, 5 bronze or 8 gold. Oh man. I don't ever talk to you. I want to clean myself up. The Harvest Festival just captures the essence of fall, doesn't it? That crisp air and the smell of dried leaves. With fall fashion, it's all about the layers. A jacket, a scarf, whatever you want. Maybe not whatever you want, if you know what I mean. Shit's so rude. Ling is a bit of an oddball, yeah, but she's actually okay. Sometimes it's not bad to be an oddball. The world needs more of them. What was it? 5 bronze and 8 gold? Time, but wait. My time here. Um, Mm. That's all. Please. Oh, that's so nice. Enjoy the shredded jackfruit pie recipe and close with this message. I only make it with freshly harvested jackfruit, so do keep that in mind. Thanks, Brie. What was it that we needed? Wasn't it bronze kelp? Just mess things up. Yes. I mean, I didn't mess things up. I can do it about today, but. Oh, and did I let the animals out? I did. There's a bug. We did everything we can with our palette. Yes, we have. Done yet? No, it doesn't want me to. But I think there's another one. Yes. Well, when you wish upon us. Gosh. If I can make some food with the crawfish. No, that's not the heart. Oh, I'm not ready for that. Dream. Okay. I know this is annoying. I'm gonna pull up my cookbook. Cooking. Come on. Grill. Smoked. Oh. Yeah, smoked fish, wood, and. Okay, let me get some wood. Other wood over here. Let me put the wood in the refrigerator. So, oh, you don't. Smoked fish. Now, question. Did I just. Okay. It is that quality. Cool. Right, so let me see what other manual cooking. With grilled fish, I can just put any fish in there and it's grilled. Honey, vegetable, vegetable. Do that because I'm pretty sure I have some honey. Don't. Oh well. Gold? I don't. Stick with fish. Grilled fish. Alright, now we're done. Awesome. 60. And fishing perfect. So it doesn't increase, I don't think, what you get. Put this cheap. Oh, that other honey I could have used. Mayo is being sold. Gold. Osmium. Place to put it now. I don't know what to make with sure. Something I don't. Let's get. Oh, I meant to look at something. Flour. Where I need to put hay. bronze quality, but gold quality. Oh, here's the seeds. 45. We're good. I do not need. I do not need to have the ability to buy seeds in the winter. Trash away. Battery. That's. And then I. Oh. We need. Wanna go look at something at the museum. And then we're gonna go underwater to see if I can catch some scavengers. Board. Gems. So I still need more in the earth mine, so I need to just obliterate the earth mine till I get the 2. Are these what you get? Those are outfits I would love to be. I would love to be. What is that, a squid or an octopus? I would love to be that. Or a shark. In vintage collection, you get a powdered wig. That's funny. There's those 2 in here under mining. I think I have the time to upgrade the. I probably do. Would be fun with a gold pickaxe. And I have that. Helps me. This catching, stamina, movement. That food. To do it. Immunity. I don't need immunity. No. And in reality, it might be in that random chest. Defense boost. Yeah, let me put my fishing food up here. Fishing, like, this is good. Because getting back tomorrow out there. But this can be closer. hours. Good there. Ramu, of course. Or I'll move it later. And everything right here, you know. I'd rather sell that than eat that. Oh yeah, we're not eating that. Was I gonna eat that? What was I thinking? It's actually going in that other chest. Okay. I'm going over here. Oh, quality. And we'll go down to the mine. Eating. Be killing. And before I do that, let me go and just see if I can get that one. Now this is kind of stupid because I go through the mine completely. Also, I wouldn't have to swim. Darn it, but I'll be back by 8. Literally just blue lobster thing. That's because it's here. India ran into me. And we can't. I was trying to dash. We can't dash underwater. Okay, well, at least I know it's the right time of night. I just need to be really careful. Where I'm at. No, I'm here. May as well grab it. Grabbing anything. I'm not gonna get coral, or not the coral, the kelp. This is why I need the computer, because I don't even know what that is. Fudgesicles. Okay, so I have to be able to see it and get around it to approach it from the front. Safest. Just had to have been that. Know that it is way too quick. I will never outrun it. Unless there's an ability later. Another tiger. Cool. We'll be able to sell it. That I'd be back. Oh, okay. Yeah, I do. Mauve stinger. Mm-hmm. I remember. No, nothing but duck. Right, let's go back. We'll go over here. This Okay, well, the day was worth it then. Okay. Alright, well, tonight was worth it. I just wasted all this time. Didn't. Is it? It is. And I just need to check my app since I'm down here, and that's a no. And that's a no. Um, put all the glass back. I always forget I need to look this. I didn't donate it. Okay, well, chance tonight or not. Oh, I have enough to donate now. Oh, I have enough. I'm excited. Doesn't need to be. The horse is going. Donated. Turn into food. It's going. You donated, donate. Make it. I'm gonna do stuff. First, because that's what I'm most excited for. See if this does it. Me, I'm kelp essence. No. No. Alright, let me drop my kelp essence off. Well, mean. I'm gonna go fight. Let's go into the cavern. There's two more things that I could get. I have like an hour, right? Yeah. from the top. Next we goes. Two gem. Okay, geode and fossil. Perfect. To use my food today, cause at least clear this level. Get that. Get that monster. Geodes. Go to bed late. Perfect, and I got silky fur. Three geodes, maybe? Four? Silky fur. Oh shoot, not the... Oh. Alright, what do we do today? Oh yeah, because I completed an errand. First with Bree, okay. I wish we could see how close we are to opening the savannah. There's a festival running today. Silver Axe, and I should also be able to get my other thing. My fishing pole. Let's say what time. Empty my pockets. Something's harvestable. Didn't put that. All that I have. Mm, mm, mm. Have anything for diving? Oh, yes, I do. Mm. Gold quality stuff. Look at all of that. Gold quality. My stuff around. Actually, I think I should put stuff that I might put up there on the bottom. Go get my tools. Put them together. Make sure I keep these on me. I don't remember how many they said, but I'm gonna bring gold, osmium. I think that matters, but Buckman, gold, large, gold. Jeez, I don't know. All my large stuff. This. And let me go see also what they. But first, forget. That regular quality? No, silver. Okay, so it can take up more space. Good. Oh, I don't have space. I know to put this back. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? All large. Oh, okay. Huddled over here. Thanks, Wanye. Right, but there's another animal that is. Right? Like, okay, so I still. Did I? Let me see if I. Oh, it doesn't show if I pet it. Good. Good. Anna's good. Nathan is good. I just need to get the milk. Need to expand this so I can get well the cows ourselves. Oh, regular. Beggars can't be choosers. So they there's a lot of stuff. Well, no more straw. Trumpets be. Yeah. Also, what do I want to make? Should just grab 3. Is there another one? Here, cause that could be used. I'm gonna put that in there and keep it there. Go hold on to the case, because like I said, I don't know. Over. I need it to be 10. 10. This opens at 9. Okay. Oh, they open at 8. But at 9. Get on over to the lab. I'm done there. Oh, I'll come back for it. I don't have any rocks already. Oop. Not a rock you can have. Perfect. I have space for that still. No flowers. No flowers. But I need it. Open. My silver axe. Could put it to gold today. enough gold bars? Think about this when I'm here. You know? But it would make sense for me to put it to gold today. That way I don't have to think about it anymore. Well, let me go and do that too. I'll go to the farm first. Of course I don't. Too much like right. At least 5, if not. Oh yeah, I need to also go. Well, let me look at the pamphlet. Harvest display. Smashing pumpkin minigame, animal apple bobbing minigame. And then Harvest Festival booth to take all my money. So I have to make sure I have space in my pockets. Is that really it? The other, okay. Let's look there. What was today? Okay. This. Oh. Let me empty my pockets. What I really, I need to wait for those. I don't know why I thought I had a lot more fossils. Got today. Oh well. I don't need to put away my mining. 2 more of these. But me, while I'm looking at this, I do have it saved. What I need to upgrade. Charge my phone while I'm doing this. Oh yeah, I also need to get my fishing rod. Well, that would be for gold bug net. Gold, so it would be 3 gold bars. Oh. Oh. We are ready. I was prepared. You're thinking that I'm not. And I think it's the hardwood that we need, and that's what I have. I'm gonna do the upgrade tools. Yeah, it's only 3. Funny, because I just knew it was gonna be the gold scythe first. But I gotta be smart. In order to get gold wood, you gotta use the axe. So, may as well update that first. Even though I have no idea when I'm gonna find the wood. Well, you know, upgrade it. Give him this stuff. And it's perfectly pickled. Thank you so much. Your tool's holding up all right? Why are you so close to me? Bring them by if they need some work, okay? I'll see what I can do. I keep forgetting to read this book my brother got me about legendary blacksmith. Maybe tonight I'll finally sit down and read the darn thing. Are you not coming to the festival? Go get more. Before I forget. And I was gonna see something on the that I need to grab. But with this, sure I've already used. I already have insects. Yeah, sell it more. I know that's gold. Keep it. Well, we can sell it. $50, yeah. 50 coins, whatever. Coins. Hi, Luke. Give you some pickled stuff too. Nice person, thank you. Are you warm in those? I reckon the jumper I'm wearing is sufficient for fall. No need for heavy coats just yet. I go to a small electronics store in Tosaka. It has lots of things I need. You can check out their speakers from low end to high end. That way you can compare them for yourself right there and then. Nice store. Size doesn't matter when it comes to electronics stores. I never talk to you. You can buy pre-made meals from Sam or Frank at the tavern. He's quite a cook and has a lot of different home-cooked meals to choose from if you like stuff like that. You like pickled celery? Okay, thanks. If you want to talk, Sunny seems to be in the mood to chat. Me? No, I'm not. That's fun. It's nice and sunny today. Ah, feels weird to say my name out loud. Oh my gosh. I don't mind a little bit of breeze and all that sort. I know this place looks a little rough around the edges, but that's the way I like it. It's the beach shack after all, not the beach mansion. Very true. Oh, come on, that was funny. I'm done with you, son. Let's check his garbage because that's... Was that a bug? I know there's a flower wall is that is rare. The flower. Oh, it can be offered. You already know we're about to go back. Here. But mining, there is. Did what I... For diving, right? The bug is gonna be... Doing good, I have 26. Where did I put my food? Let's say I know it's on the end of something. I'm not done. Okay, we need to wait a little bit. I don't think I want cheese. Oh, we can go offer that. Right. Okay. Rare and rare. And I've got all of those. Know what time? Time. Want trash either. I'm gonna find that flower. That's nothing. Chestnuts. Oh, okay. Forgot that I had it. I was trying to dash for a moment. We've already had that. More chest. Far from home. Is that a mushroom? Dump this garbage. Mutts. Okay. There it is. This is what I've been. And other home. Okay. I'm happy. Find at least one. Annie, talk to me. Hello. I'm trying to catch as much sun as I can by the lake while it's still fall. Once winter comes, the sun is too weak to warm. I guess that's what fish and chips is good for. Warms you up like a hot tea on a chilly evening. Wait, that's not because. Oh, stop it. Goodness. How did you know I like this? Oh, good. Most beautiful foliage I've ever seen on Coral Island. I I reckon I say that every year, but this time I mean it. That's cool. Let me go down this way. Another, that would be great. No, that's fine. Chestnut. Quality. I don't have anything. Back maybe? First, I feel like I'm just gonna drop everything else off. Random bin. I don't feel like I need this. What was I doing? What was I thinking? Those I don't need. Take that just in case. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't wanna. With the cheap. From. Except for that, I'm gonna sell it. I may as well sell. I'm kind of nervous. I don't know what the. I don't know what's gonna happen. Everything silver and above. Should have pickled though. Dumb of me not to, and I should have made honey. Ah, could have had some good stuff. Can't go back. And I don't think I have time to pickle anything else. Look for some crumbs. Alright. I'm nervous. I'm nervous. Alright, I can't do anything else, right? Unless I can find gold, or not gold, silver. I can make some silver kelp. Let me just take all of lessons being made. That way tomorrow we can. Tomorrow they're closed. It'll be ready. Ready. Oh, I don't have any more glass to do. Yeah, scrapping the glass. Oh. All right. My stomach is hurting because I'm nervous, so let's just go. Silly. Oh, I was gonna go get that thing, chestnut. But oh, perfect! I didn't miss it. You're getting freaked out. Okay, let me go back in the forest then. 7 to 10. Well, I'm back by 10. Something here. Okay. Chestnut. Wait, here it is. You guys don't have any random vegetables. Dun, 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 dun. Not okay. I am nervous for real, as though I'm really gonna be showing what I've grown in real life. But it doesn't matter because this year we are not gonna win. Next year, maybe. Competitive, so I would like to. Oh, I know what I could do. I would like to not lose. So I have that. And also have. Oh, always bronze bars. Remember, I always say that. I could have upgraded this. Could have been in the mines all day. So could go in the mine. Then I might forget. Let's be there by 10. What do the people want? The taro root. Oh, well. You know what? Let me go back home and get it. Because I will still have, I'll still have space in my pockets. That way, if she's there, the tour. Not my usual stomping ground, but this town's kind of cute, especially with all the fall vibes. You ever go skiing? I tried it once, ended up in a snowbank, but it was a blast. Give him something? No. I see you at the festival, then missed anything on you. We just get my tarot. If I can 4. Get her. It'll be close enough. I think this where I left something? No. You. Oh my gosh, I love their house. I sure don't know Paul is cool. Much. Let me talk to you. But don't worry about the mess. It's never neat in here. No, this is really cool. Just try not to step on anything, will you? Oh, actually, let me see what I got for giving her that. 48 and 20 points. I'm so nervous. Oh, like the Lantern Festival that they do out here. Are they? Harvest Festival. How pretty. Alright, let me talk to everybody. And then I told that slime to scram. Luckily, it agreed. Close call. What is he talking about? Adventures with the. Oh, you missed the best part. I just told a story about meeting the slime at the mine. It was intense. I believe you. You don't have to backtrack the story. I'm here to keep my niece company. She said she wanted to look for worms with me. Yuck. That sounds gross, but I'm happy for you. Oh, no, we're not leaving the festival. It even started. Yeah, this is just like the... I overheard that the beluga farmers sent their best crops this year. Better than last year, apparently. Okay, stop making me nervous. Today is a cheat day, though. At least that's what I'm telling myself. Usually I don't go to these festivals, but since Emma insisted. I hope you're having a good time. Never talk to Emma. I love it here. I think the spot has the best view. Are you ready with the crops? Don't worry too much about the competition. It's all in good fun. I'm not ready. I never see you. Right, fancy seeing you here. I think I ate too many mooncakes, but I just can't stop myself from taking more. No problem, Charles. Good thing I bought lots of film for today. I'm gonna take some photos of the giant chicken later. Where's the giant chicken? Sounds like fun. We used to have a swimming contest here at the lake, but the community voted to move it to the beach. I like her fall outfit. Did I get more mooncakes, you think? I'm a bit tired after getting the festival ready. Those giant paper mache animals are very heavy. You know, they actually do look heavy. But I don't mind. It's the least I can do since I'm not that good at other things. I need him to stop. Making these lanterns with Alice was really brought back some good memories. That's cool. The props competition, though, sometimes it gets a little bit intense for some of the folks. I'm not cooking today, just enjoying the day with my beautiful wife here. Where is she? I don't know, but your sisters are here. My brothers and I helped Mom bake the mooncakes last night. It was fun. I got to put durian inside of one of them. I think I might dance later. I'm getting lots of inspiration for my new song. I've never seen anything like this before. Things are different back in the city. Okay, I'm just like really... Oh my gosh. Okay. Place your prized crops in the showcase. Okay. So that does count as a crop. Low valuation? I mean, okay. Gold, right? Medium. Do you take silver out of there? Oh my god. I gotta put the, well, I've already gotten that though. The mushroom chips, yeah, no, we're not gonna do that. Oh my gosh. No. I feel like honey would be good. This should be for diversity. But it's silver. I have 2 wool, 1 is gold, 1 is osmium. Gold. I'm gonna stick with it. To do. Oh, is it telling me that I'm gonna get a mooncake? What is that? I wonder. At least I'm not getting a flower bouquet. Or stamina fruit would be best. Let me find some of the other side. This is cute. I guess since I can't go up to it, it's not something to... Oh, is this where I give you all my money? I really like your outfit today. I think it's very flattering. Very nice of you to say. Pufferfish. Aaron, why are you here? Okay, so we can buy. Oh. Yeah, we're gonna do both of the these are a little bit cheaper. Mooncake also. That's a good price. Do I wanna you do 2 of each, right? 2 pair, 2 Coco since it goes in the winter. Alright. Let me see. I did 4. Oh, okay, okay. Let me do the smashing the pumpkins. And then come back. We'll be there. But we can't. Oh, we get pumpkin pies. No. Let me adjust my seating. I don't know what I'm gonna have to do. I don't think I've seen anybody do this game. We'll see. Start Smashing Pumpkin. Only Smashing Pumpkin I know is the band. Space. Oh, it has to be lit. Okay. Hey, I can't even walk into the dark ones. Okay. So taking my time is probably better. That I won't minus anything. Oh my gosh, this noise. Oh no! I came in last place. Oh well. Oh my gosh, less than half. Okay. Can I redo it? Or do I have to wait till next year? Okay, yeah, can. I wonder if it's because I kept walking into them. And for a while was hitting them. I want to get them on this side. I don't want to go too far. Come on. It's already the amount that I had last time altogether. Come on. I didn't mean to do that to get this big one. Yes! Came in first place. Now I'm done. I'm done. I'm done with that game. At least I learned how to do it. That was fun. Now is this the bobbing? Me to talk to her. Oh. Apple pie would be good too, and apple jam, because we don't have apples, so we can't make those. But maybe this is something that I can do twice. So it's gonna be the same concept. Space is eat. I'm getting it now. Okay, second place. Archie did better than me. Go ahead, Archie. I'm gonna try it again though. Give me a second to get it. Oh. Got what I wanted. Let me see how bad of a butt whooping. Okay. Yeah, medium valuation, that means I'm probably not gonna win. Especially because I'm already... He's probably gonna be obnoxious with it too since he came to my house. Jeff Smith. I wonder if this like somebody who made the game? Interesting. Oh, those are mine. Looks like they have all silver. Quite interesting indeed. If they have all silver, then I should win. Everyone gather around, please. Let's get this ceremony underway. Oh, and we can bring flowers. Okay. I'll know for next year. Mine is way more diverse and there's more color here. The Harvest Festival. It's not just about displaying the fruits of your labor. It's about celebrating the hard work, dedication, and resilience of our farmers. Every single item on display here carries a story of nurturing, of patience, and of perseverance. A story that represents the spirit of our communities, Starlet Town and Beluga Bay. Can we get to where I win or lose? Now to introduce our competitors today. On my right, representing Starlet Town, is Adventures with Thee. And on my left is Bobby, proudly representing Beluga Bay. Oh, he has his people too. Now with no more dilly-dallying, let's roll on to the moment we've all been eagerly anticipating, the grand reveal. See, it's all silver. Diversity? Exactly, plus 12. Oh, Shut up. I was so scared I was gonna lose, and I won. Did I win? Did I really win? I feel like there's a catch. But if we did, that's good that they did that. They got him silver, so at least if you had all silver, then as long as you had a variety, you could win. Did I really win? Did I beat Bobby? The winner of today's Harvest Face-Off goes to Starlet Town. We did win. I look forward to seeing both of you back next year. Wait, what? No way. There's gotta be some mistake. I mean, not that I care or anything, right? Out of here. It's just, I thought, well, Daddy always says, never mind. Your daddy's not gonna be happy with you. Alright, you won this round. Don't think this means you're better than me. I do though, because you came to my house acting like you were better than me. Next time you won't be so lucky. Just wait and see. Okay. Okay, so I see. So next year, if I do better, then I'll get something else. So my goal is to get Graven Giant's Ring, because I don't know what that is, but I want it. And Stamina Fruit is always good. I need to be twice as good as I was this year. I can do that though. I can have all osmium next year. So do I get to take my stuff back now? I mean, that's what I'm doing. Okay. Alright, now let's talk to people now. Did I talk to him? No. Did I think I got mine. Can't talk to him. Well, but can I give him a gift? Because it gave me the opportunity to last time. No? Alright. Talk to everybody else. We already talked to Jim today. If Betty's interested in selling her mooncakes at the store, I could have a business discussion with her. Can we not talk about your store? You don't have anything else to talk about? I like this family. I'm having fun. I'm only here to see Jack compete. Not a bad idea to come here every now and then. I should do it more often. So listen up. Tickets for the festival. You need a separate ticket to enter the contest. What do you say? I think it's a brilliant idea if I say so myself. You agree with me on that one, eh, old sport? I don't know what you're talking about. Even though it's always crowded in the city, people there are distant. It's intimate here, I like it. That's very true. Good luck against Beluga. We need to teach them a lesson. I'd feel better losing to you than losing to Beluga's farmers. That's a compliment. No, he's not the most compliment-giving person. Go farmer, it's your festival, isn't it? It's the festival of the farmers, my mom always said. No, she didn't. I made that part up. No worries, Raphael. It's fun once you get the hang of it. Hello, are you interested in carpentry too, like this young man? We'd be more than happy to teach you. Yeah, you want to teach me? Pablo. Talk to Pablo. Aunt Dinda's been testing out new recipes at home for the cooking contest. Dinners have been great and interesting at times. Betty, you look relaxed, dear. Take that as a compliment. I gotta learn to make mooncakes. You're a farmer, right? Do you know how to make them? I don't think anybody gave me the recipe, actually. Do you want to join our table? It's nice. I tried to talk to you? My favorite neighbor is here. What have you been up to? I just like looking at the decorations. Yeah, they're pretty. All these lanterns remind me of a festival I attended long ago. Same. Before COVID shut everything down. I won't be fishing today. Looking for bugs is more exciting. I think I talked to all of you. I don't know if I talked to you enough. Maybe later. I've been going back and forth a lot. People notice, you know. Did I talk to you guys enough? Oh, don't worry. I already gave it to Noah. You should have seen his face. I don't remember what you were talking about. I'll ask my brother if he wants to dance with me. I don't want to do it alone. He'll probably be too busy singing. I might do one about something getting run over by the massive chicken on the way here. Oh yeah, that'd be a hit. Pretty sure I spoke to you. Spoke to you too. Over here I didn't go. Betty's mooncakes are just the best. Maybe I should try making some too. The mooncakes, the ambiance, everything is always great this time of year. It's my ex-mother-in-law's favorite festival, and I think it might be mine too. I haven't decided it yet. I won't lose to Valentina. I can catch 5 fish too. I like the Harvest Festival. Nana says it's her favorite festival in the world. Oh my gosh, here he goes. Sometimes I get carried away tweaking the blend of coffee beans for special events like this. Uh-oh, and when I try to replicate it, I have no idea how. That is what we call pain, my friend. That's why you need to have a recipe book. Owaku. All must be a busy time for you. Saying that. Okay, I think I said hello, 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 hi, everybody. Okay. Alright, so we are finished and we still have 10,000 coins. And I won first place, and first place. Right? Didn't I win? I mean, I had to try a couple times to get first place on the smaller events, but whatever. Doesn't matter. Yay! It's like, do I want to sell? Because there's some stuff that I can do with this later. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? The silver stuff, the silver wool, is gonna be donated. Oh, I already did large. Okay. Large silver milk. Donate a milk. We can do that tomorrow. Make sure I don't have anything else in my pocket. Look at that. We can donate the apple pie. As much as I wanted to try it, I need to make sure I donate everything that I can. Alright. And what else do I need for fall? A pumpkin. An orchid, if I can find it. I'm sending you my favorite fish soup recipe. It was my late wife's. Hope you like it as much as I do. Thank you. Here's a recipe I used to make tarts. Might be cheaper to make it yourself. I love all these recipes. I tried this onigiri recipe the other day. It was delicious. Just checking in with you. I have this recipe for sweet potato poutine. If you want to try making it, it's my go-to comfort meal. You guys are the best. $560. 1 harvest display. 10 to the Harvest Festival, completed an errand. And I won both of these games after trying times. Betty, Archie, Anne, and Aaliyah. And Charles and Betty. Oh, and Charles. Which is good because I never see him. And Connor, and Dippa, and Emily, and Erica, and Eva, and Joko, and Kenny, and Leah, and Lily, and Ling. Everybody's one. Millie, Nina. When did I see Nina? I don't remember seeing her. And Pablo, and Paul, and Raphael, and Sam, and Scott, Waku, Walter, Zara, Zoe. They're in alphabetical order. That's why I like the festivals, to be completely honest, because you can speak to people and gain hearts. Right, 600. Yeah, it was already done, but thank you for telling me late. It's Uri. I am Ari. And it is Luke's birthday. I don't know what he likes. We'll figure it out. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh. Mm-hmm. If I had thought about it, I would have done it yesterday. Before we went to sleep. But oh well. It don't matter. It doesn't matter. I need more water. I need to upgrade that. That's what I can do today. You know, how am I gonna water my crops tomorrow? Know how to refill it. Being slow. Inventory full. This is really the only way I'm able to truly get fishing, not fishing, farming, skill. Oh, I got an extra apple sapling? I don't know what it's trying to tell me it needs. But listen, we're trying to... put it here. Oh, it's a full tree! If I'd realized that. Shoot, 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 shoot! I would have put it somewhere else. That's okay. Because I have the thing where I can move it. I was sitting here thinking that I just completely messed everything up, and I did not. Alright. Oh, my bad. I meant to go in here. Put all this stuff in here. Ridiculous how much stuff I saved. That means I have that much money that I can be making. Oh, that's crap. I gotta remember to bring milk to the altar. Really? Y'all, I mean, silver. I can do silver. I guess I'd rather have silver small than a plain large. Do we need goat? Oh, I can bring that grilled fish. Okay. Today, this is gonna be my goal. Get 5 of... That helped me to think of what I wanted to do today. I'm gonna go through the whole... And that's perfect, because I need that to upgrade. Alright, so this and this. I love that I don't have to worry about putting it in order. Okay, so we have that. See, the compost is gonna be somewhere else. We'll do food here. Here. Upgrade that. That's what I could do. Using that. I have enough money though. I think we're gonna sell all the mayonnaise. This is stuff I'm getting rid of. Like, I'm gonna keep it, but I don't want it right now. But all of this fried foods, yeah, we're gonna eat that. Grab the ones that have 2. Those first. And I think I'm gonna sell all of these. We need the money. You know what I'm saying? Let me go find Sam. I don't know what to do with the cheese, but we're gonna sell it, cause why the heck not? I'll sell that too. Okay. Is Sam open today? They do close some days. Is open right now. Perfect. Sam, I'm coming. Oh. Whoa! Have you been sneaking up on me? Oops, sorry. No, it's okay. It's just so quiet here. I guess anything would have shocked me. Sorry, I thought you heard me walking. It's okay, I thought you were Anne. I was supposed to go and get some fresh vegetables at Sam's, but I thought why not take them from here in nature, right? It's much closer distance, and let's face it, they all taste the same. I don't know about that, Paul. Sell that too. Ooh, some good honey. Oh, oh no, I already did it. I was gonna say there was something here yesterday, but I already did it. Sigma Mayo, 800. 1900. 5. 2. Oh, you don't want to take my honey, okay. That's good now. I have 16,000. Oh, I need wood. Duh. I have some silver. I think that was for tools though. I would need 7. Yeah, so either 8 kelp or 5 bronze. I remember I did say that. Let me do 5 bronze. I can get 5 bronze kelp essence. Oh, I'm so slow. I need wood and 5 bronze kelp essence. Where's that 3? And no more bronze kelp. Alright. We're not doing that today. Where's the wood? I think it's in. Yeah, and I'm gonna put that. Let me see, mining. I don't have any more gold bars. If I need 10, I might be able to come back later. And watch me need like 20 pieces. What happened, friend? What'd you get? You came. You have a way of turning up at the exact right time. Just when I need a sounding board. I've decided to forge the Iron Eye Hammer. That's a good idea, but what about the Tainted Tivandium? I know, I've thought about it. All said and done, the Tainted Tivandium is just a risk I have to take. My niece, Valentina, she looks up to me, you know. How can I look her in the eye and tell her I didn't forge the legendary hammer when I had the chance? Okay. How can I tell her that I let fear and indecision stop me? I can't do that. I need to do this for her and for myself. So I just thought you'd want to know. Well, thanks, Raphael. Check back with me later and you may see something spectacular. Something mythical. Be cool. Oh, I forgot. Right. But we're not upgrading anything. Unless I have 8 gold. I don't think I do. No, I don't, and I'm not about to do it. I don't feel like it. I'm gonna put this wood in here too. Mm-hmm. Put these 2 away. Sell that. Yuck. Oh, I forgot that I can harvest all of these. What is bronze quality? And that's it, that's all. Or to sell these. Can be happy. No, these are forageables, but you never know. I need more honey houses too. Oh, machine's full. Alright. Fresh. I do need to put the fishing food away. Alright, on to... Oh my gosh, you are all scaring me. Did you get a bite of that moon cake with the salted egg yolk? Super tasty. But it's not just about the flavor. That yolk in the middle stands for the full moon and all that stuff about unity and togetherness. Pretty cool how a simple snack can mean so much, huh? What's your dream date look like? Romantic walk on the beach, delicious home cooked meal by candlelight, hiking trip. Go to sleep under the stars. There's too many bugs. A night at the bar with dancing and drink. I mean, I like the beach. Not my thing. I don't see the appeal of beaches really. Okay. What kind of music do you play to unwind? I like that they're asking questions about us. Classical sonatas, so refined. We'll hang out? I mean, we could hang out and I'd still have enough time to get down there and do everything. We could always stay in the area. So yeah, let's hang out. Go fishing. Heck yeah, I'm game. Pretty. That was a perfect way to spend the day. Thanks for the company. You're getting to know Pablo better. I don't think I have any pickled anything to give you. Oh, caught angelfish. We've already donated. But I don't know if angelfish can be. Honestly, it's whatever. I'm not even about to look. We're just gonna go. Let me make sure there's nothing. Oh, if I had some pickled food, I would give it to you, but sorry, sir. Don't have it. What is happening? Ah! Sorry, Grog. Yeah, I like to dance. Oman thinks so? What just happened? I really like to dance. Alright, so top to bottom, every rock is getting obliterated. We need, what, 2 geodes that are specific to this? Oh, I meant to grab that ring. It's fine, I'm already here. Already 2 o'clock. We're outing with Pablo. I meant to get the ring where you can just use your tools back to back to back. Alright, geode. I need some monster loot too. I need 5 of each of what can be donated. Two geodes. No, I think it'd be better if I bust all the rocks and then come for the monsters just because. Oh, nice. Well, 3. They don't drop goodies that often. I do have pickle. It's okay. Not a big deal. not gonna go back up to give. I thought about it for a second. It's like I could go back up to the top. No. He'll be fine without his pickled shallots. Only Tuesday. We'll find him another day. They're not giving a lot of... Who got me? Wow, I have only gotten the one. Did I get the one today? I don't even know if I got the one loot. Okay, finally I got something. And I got something from you too. Alright. Oops, I keep forgetting one for each. And some good fossils. Any other fossils? Sure do. I want to see all the stuff that I've got that I can get. I don't think you can get gems from the fossils. I think it's more like trash and rocks. And then actual fossils. Ooh. Mystery geode. Let's say I am not done with my food. Oh, that one. also need this to be bronze. On geodes. Oh, I should be fishing in this. I'll come in here to fish when I have the computer to tell me to. Fishing just takes so much time. When you don't know what you're gonna get, you could just be standing there for the same old stuff that you already have. Nothing? Alright. Combat skill hopefully will go up. I'm not getting loot. Oops. Oh, we're going to bed late today. Only got to level 8. Alright, well, let's see what we get tomorrow. Yeah, yeah, I know, I know. Okay. Is there any cheese? No, because I sold the battery, though. I saw that. I just want to sell the mayo. Let me make sure there's nothing on the angelfish. I think I'm going to be selling it. Or no, let me put it in here so I could cook with it, you know? Time, y'all. Woo! My gold axe is ready. Am I gonna... I figure out how many more days am I gonna play. I want to play today. Artichoke, Dale, and Taro. Okay. And we have all this stuff. Let me put... Oh, and my pumpkins. Somebody needed a pumpkin. Who is it? Bree. Okay. Bree, I'm gonna get you a pumpkin. Okay, we got those. And you know I can't help it. Okay, I was wondering if it will put it next to it. It does. Quartz is already done. I think getting some bronze bars would be good. I'm gonna upgrade that. No, did not want to upgrade that to gold. Not what I wanted to do. Let's do that first. Good too. So meat. Oh, I think I have 5 monster essence too. Wings and tough meat. Wait, that's not it. You need that. Oh, I know how I would know if I could. If it's gonna rain tomorrow, then I could. I always only check it at night. It's fall, so I don't think it's gonna rain. But I could check. To move this stuff around. Look at that. Alright, we're gonna upgrade it then. So funny how that happens. I always do that. It's right here. So wait. What I need is silver. And I think I have, or bronze, I mean. What do I have in here? Gold. It's gonna take even longer. Large gold. Now, I need to check. Because I don't want to mess up. Does large? Oh, I'm looking. This large. Here, let me just do it. Coral Island does large milk make large? Oh, it'll be a cheese wheel. Okay. Okay, we can do that. Oh, it says that. Duh. Gosh. I guess I didn't think about what the other one is called. What is it called? A cheese wedge? Like, I don't even know. Whitney. Mariah. Was that Mariah? So. No, Lauren. Mariah is a chicken. Oh, double products. Double products. Okay, so I can go back. Can go. That can go. I didn't put the. We got stuff we can do. Just need to go up a skill. I was hoping me buying the skill would get it to go, but not yet. Let me go ahead and harvest all of this too. And I think I can donate that. So now all I need is an orchid, right? Hold on. Because if all I need is a freaking orchid. Oh, I forgot a pumpkin too. Where's an orchid? Somebody get me an orchid. If I have to, oh my gosh, if I have to buy them to plant them today, watch him be closed on Wednesdays. Oh my gosh, where is an orchid? Come on, help me finish. Almost said fix. Need to finish this. Sam, are you open? I'm not even gonna check. I'm just gonna come down there. Orchid. Need one measly orchid in at least 10 days. 11. I just knew I wasn't gonna have the rice done. So I didn't think. Well, but if I do it tomorrow, I'll still have the 10 days, right? Warm fizzy drink with dried pumpkin. Sounds good. 2 eggs. Gotcha. Tomorrow. You know, I'm not gonna give up looking for my orchid. Let me go. Oh, good. I do need to see Bree. No, Walter, I can't. I don't want to go. If you want to go, then fine. You'll have to do it all on your own. You guys can have the argument inside, you know. Sure. Bree is here. Perfect. Bree, it took me a while, but I didn't forget about you. Yeah. We have cold drinks in the fridge. Feel free. Thank you. That's so kind of you. Three. No. Okay, I didn't get it. Anything? Oh yeah, green tea. I'm not getting papayas. I think I know where to get green tea. Does what's his name sell green tea? Because at this point, I'll buy it for him. You know, Raj, you sell green tea? I can't be bothered. Are you down here? Okay, you're down. Oh. I'm really getting to know Raj. What is this music? Waka, what's going on? This music is hilarious. Don't just stand there, farmer. Have a seat. I don't bite. Okay. Good to know. I also don't bite, so no need to look so gloomy. I didn't want to bother you. Seem preoccupied. Don't take this the wrong way. You look sad. I don't like when people say that. I'm gonna say I didn't want to bother you. You're thoughtful. I just can't stop thinking about what my dad said about Suki and Alice at the shack that time. Your dad's rude. He's proud of them. Is that bad? No, it's normal for you to think about it after he's... I just wish... I mean, I am his kid, not Suki and Alice. He should be proud of me. Yeah, maybe he just has trouble saying it, because I can't say I'm sure he is. I don't know. The way he said it was rude, though he's not. He doesn't have any trouble saying how much I disappoint him. I get it. My father is the same. It is tiring to always be compared to people. Never enough. I know he did his best with him being a single dad and all that. Maybe he was right. Maybe I should have taken over the family business. That's not what you want to do. It's the least I could do, right? No, you followed your heart. That's important. You think he'd be proud if you were a fisherman instead of an astronomer? I think you should tell him how you feel. I mean, he has. It was obvious. You followed your heart. That's what I thought. Fishing was his passion, right? And he turned it into his life's work. I thought he would understand that astronomy is my passion. It's music, though. It's... I mean, it's nice music. Talking about this to you helps me sort my feelings. Thank you. The next step is clear. He should be the person I talk to about these. The next time he brings it up, I will confront him. Good job. I just hope I don't regret it. You won't. Okay, green tea Paul. Yep, because I cannot be bothered with trying to think to make it. I'm not going to. I know, where's this Paul person? Isn't he the nature guy? Paul. Oh. Oh, 5 and 6. Okay. Paul, where you at? I figured. We can run up there. You know what I can do since I'm here? It's Wednesday. I should have been here Tuesday. I never think about this stuff. What's on sale? The frying pan? 400 off? Yeah, we'll get it. Now we gotta figure out what we can use in the frying pan. In real life, that's what I use. Mostly frying pan and air fryer. Air fryers are so convenient. You just saved my life. Thank you so much. I'll always remember this favor. If you need anything, please let me know. Ah, you missed out on the mooncakes with the salted egg yolk. They were super tasty, but it's not just about the flavor. Okay. Um, Thank you for telling me. Pablo told me the exact same thing yesterday. I saw a couple of monkeys taking a bath in the lake the other day. It's pretty hard to predict when they'll be out. I don't want to get too close to them. It's their home. I don't want to intrude. That's why I like you guys. Okay, I think it's an orchid that I'm looking for. Whatever flower I come across. Whatever flowers I find are mine. There's no flowers. There's cod. No, 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 no. He's on traveling, be back soon. Okay. You know, I kind of like that they do that. Certain seasons, people are gone. Like Nina's really just here in the summer, right? I'm not. I already have that, I'm pretty sure. Come on, flower. I got the one that's rare. I guess orchid might be rare too in the wild. That's another reason to get the computer. Pretty sure the computer would tell me where an orchid is too. Two of them? Oh, Macy, what are you doing out here? Oh, you should see the photos I took. Your beaming and Bobby's face is priceless. Like something out of a movie. That's funny. Here, take a chestnut. Do you like? Okay. You don't like fruit. Remember that. Reaching this place is like a mini workout. I had a big bowl of avocado for breakfast this morning. Oh my god, sounds so good. What did you have? This sounds good, Macy. Alright, let's. Still looking for either that rare flower or the orchid. We'll get you one of these days. Sorry, can't stop. Ooh, you know. Celery. Mm-mm. Oh, this is another place that I put all my stuff. Pickled. This is good. The battery away, the pumpkin away, and the chestnuts. Pumpkin, chestnuts. Battery. So I'm going to need to remind myself that's what I want. So oh, I have 3 more. Yeah, it's gonna be not today. Take battery. Okay, don't give me the battery then. Oh. Really? Mining. Gold. So I'm sick of it. Sick of it. Let me go open these. Wait, do I have space? Probably not. Let me go to the lab first because I think they usually close before blacksmith. I might be wrong. Hmm. I'll be back. I'm impressed. Oh, and ooh, and I'm getting stamina fruit next. Much as I want to stick around and watch, I want to go and look at the dinosaurs because I know I have some skulls donated. That'll be cool to see. Need to get these taken care of. I need to do? Let me go home first. Well, I guess it doesn't matter because I still have to go. What I need to do, while I'm sitting here waiting for something to be done. 20? Yeah. Because I need bronze ore, right? I only have 3 hours. And it's raining tomorrow. That's why I really would like this. It's not like I just have any day to do it. Museum. 2 hours. Oh, okay. Brown trout. Well, I was hoping I'd get to see him. Is forgot about my axe. I'm so excited. Blue quartz. I don't know about that. Okay. 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 It's saying gem is good. It's real good. Have you ever heard the story of the moon goddess? She sacrificed her earthly life for love and now resides on the moon. So when you look at the moon tonight, maybe you can see her. I'm still having a hard time removing the impurities from the Tavandium. If I can't remove them, I'm wondering if I can just go ahead and make the Iron Eye Hammer anyway. If I make the Iron Eye Hammer without pure Tavandium, I'm not sure what will happen. Probably nothing. But then again, maybe something. Shouldn't I take that chance? Yep. I'll be back with a coconut for you. We like the coconuts. I think he likes fish tacos. Do I have rocks? Do. Hold on, Archie. Whoa, I love rocks. I know you do. Valentina caught more fishies than me and Zoe, but that's okay. Next time I'm gonna catch even more. I can't play with my friends after school today because I want to hunt mushrooms with Dad in the forest. He's so busy. No, I don't have a favorite mushroom because they're gross. It's only fun looking for them. Okay, that's good to know. I want to grow up really fast. I want to be as big as my dad or Uncle Surya so I can reach things. I still have to use a ladder to reach stuff. Oh, I meant to go to the museum. Since I'm here though. Be off. Okay, I offered it and didn't donate. That's so funny. Should I just go ahead and offer it? If it's going, I gotta remember which one it is. If it's gonna be the thing that tips it over the edge, then yes. If not, then no. Not then, just wait. Oh, is the only one that I can, so yes. I still need ruby diamond and black opal. That's funny. So please let me go to the Giant's Village and enchant. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Let me make sure. Didn't donate it yet though. I want to. Yeah, this next time I'll donate it. Yeah, I have more than enough stuff that I can use for this. I need to donate that one. Okay. Do that. You know, let me give you guys some pickled. Oh, accept this, we will. Our thanks. I like this. Good gift. Frog, thank Human for this. Oh, Gong will take. I know you will. Alright. A lot of time. Why did I do this? Probably to see this. Me donate because that's gonna bring me, I think I'll then have the one that I need to donate, and it was probably the jade or whatever that one was. Okay. Now let's see. Oh no, still 8 out of 10. Not gonna show me. Okay, well that's fine. Fine. Make sure it's all 6. I want to get this to them. Okay. Let me be sure though, because or really, let me put the this 3 might be enough. Of the wood. Is there wood in here? I do have the wood. And I don't think I need wood. Let me check to see what I have to do. Is it 3? If it's 3, then I got it. Oh, I was gonna bring. Let me get the coconut too. From a friend. Oh shoot. Oh well, I don't have coconut. Sorry. Oh, I thought I had coconut. And if I do, it's in another area and I'm not looking for it. Five. Darn it, I didn't even have a thing for him. You like jam? Yep. That means no, not really. Let's hang out. Oh, 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 nope. Let's hang out. Yeah, we're should we go? Don't you like tacos? Let's just eat tacos. I know you like tacos. Okay, I'm in. It does sound like something I'd enjoy. I know. We're always out there in the spring. Eating tacos too. Oh, we weren't hungry? Left our food there and wasted it. I'm not usually one for much activity, but today was pleasantly fun. Thank you. Your connection. Oh, it's not even you're getting to know him. Your connection with Raphael is growing stronger. Oh. Yeah. Erg Nurgit. Let's go and enchant my stuff now. And then I'll talk to the giants, because I don't usually talk to them. Yeah, so that way 30 is left over. Mighty hit. Cool. Swift swing. Let me talk to you. Rufix tool. The best. Okay. Remember how things after stuck for so long? You the giants think. Free again we are. Help Human we can. Looking for figures, Human? Plenty around. There should be now. A lot of food at Lake Festival. Big shiny cow. Humans know how to celebrate. Magic everywhere. Just open eyes. Wasn't there another one of you guys out here? Anymore? I didn't let them out. Oh my gosh. I gotta get them some food. Oh, sorry guys. I'll let you out. Yeah. Yeah, they didn't eat. Going? Alright, now I got enough. Oh. Mm-hmm. 18. No, 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 no. And I say, yeah, 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 yeah. beautiful. It's funny because when I went up there, I didn't even have the watering can with me. Uh, I can go try to get that creature. Let me put the fish inside. And I think I just need, oh, forgot frying pan. Oh, you look at the frying pan. Pad Thai, sweet potato poutine, cheese, oil, and sweet potato. Well, what I can do though is manual cooking, grill, cook. Yes. Okay. Now let me go to the lake because I'm pretty sure this was something that you can donate. Mm-hmm. Sunny side up eggs. Okay. I bet you I can do that. Smoothie tomato soup. I don't have a pot. I have a frying pan. Let me just check. If there's nothing here, then I'm gonna move the trap. Oh, okay. There is something here. Thanks. Hold on, you're coming straight at me. Oh. I may as well. Funny, because I have not tried at all to clear any more of the ocean. Cool. I've already caught this too, but it's always nice to get. Alright. So nice if one of those things is in here. Okay, we'll move this. I'll move it right here. Because there's no reason for it to not have caught anything. I remember, gotta go. Oh my gosh, okay. Oh my gosh, I got stuck. It is so fast. But this is the right area, so hopefully that trap will catch it. And if not, then, I mean, it is what it is. You. It was lit up. It was lit up. Okay, I'll get it in the trap. And because I saw where you are, I'm about to put a trap right here. Because you like to hide right here. I'm gonna catch you. My inventory is full. Need something. Okay. Don't play with me. Boom, baby. Let me see. Okay, I gotta remember it's up there. That's the second time I've seen it over there. I didn't go this way. I thought that was moving. Okay, I see. Two creatures that I can sell. Yeah, my inventory is full. Is there any trash or anything? No, I literally need everything. Okay. I will get this. And then leave. On the go. Stuck. We're gonna be getting in late because it's about to be midnight right now. We were down there at 11:50 for a minute. Yep. No. Because of that, we will put these to sell. Let me make sure. Donated, yes. Donated, yes. Donated. And it takes so long. Oh, Calico. Not King. Because like I said, I don't know if I put the King. I donated the King. Or I should say offered. Hmm. Okay. Do I get an extra ranching skill? No? Okay. Need another ranching skill. Like it was gonna crash. This crashed. We're very sorry the crash occurred. Oh my gosh. Sending the crash report, so why does it still say saving? It means I lost my day. I remember what we did today. But you know what? That might be good. Wonder if it'll still rain the next day. Yeah, let me start it. Did hear people say that this happens. First, I'm gonna see if it's gonna rain the next day. Because if not, I don't know if I want to go through it, to be honest. Hmm. Not even playing music. Oh, I wonder if my computer doesn't like the game anymore. I'm in 100%. I didn't even buy. Okay, so that means I have to buy the frying pan again. I don't know why it does that. Didn't click. Vape. Okay. So I am gonna do this day again. I didn't give for these yet. Okay. Get this. Now that I know what's gonna be going on. Oh no! I didn't get it though. Okay. I didn't get the bronze rice. But I also don't have the flour, so all I know is that I need bronze to upgrade this since it's gonna be raining tomorrow. Mining. Oops. Much in my pocket. I have another thing of rice somewhere. Oh no, it's wheat. And I do have a coconut. Where did I see that coconut? La 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 la. Mm. Still processing from the night before. Remember yesterday, I forgot to open that. I did not mean to do that because I don't need to go in there. One, yay! One. It was fine. And it's not large milk this time. That's fine. Oh. Large. Oh, is that osmium? Duck? What is osmium duck? Regular wool. Did offer and I did offer. Um, Donate. Yes. Oh yeah, I have those too. Yeah. Mm. We go get Brie her pumpkin. Again, total deja vu. Oh, well, we got a bug this time. Man face stink bug. Double catch. missed their fight. Okay, word. Bree. Where? I don't think I know her well enough. Ew. Sorry about the mess. I haven't straightened up. Girl, this place is beautiful. I wasn't expecting company. You are fine. To go in. Because there's nothing I can take in here, right? It's pretty to look at. Right. Me. Drop my stuff off at home. Now I know I'm really ready to go. Couple things I. Oh, yeah. What about that egg? It's fine. Bug and bug. Here's the other coconuts. That's the coconut that I would rather give him. Other than these little. I have a couple of those. Need to put that over here. Where it needs to go. Alright. Alright, alright, alright. Annoying to have to do this day again because it wasn't that eventful, but that's fine. It can be good. La 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 la. Go and look, because I wanted to do this before. The dinosaurs. Ooh. Oh. Oh, they're coming along. Not just floating bones anymore, you can kind of tell. It's gonna be over here. Oh, scary. Okay. Let me give her the bug. I don't need it, you know? I was gonna use it to cook. I haven't even eaten the first bug bites or whatever it's called that I made. Of course you know I'd like this. I'll never turn down an insect. The only thing I need in this sleepy weather is a cup of green tea. Oof, no more humidity. I have to use curlers on my hair now. Good thing I have short hair. Hey, I will give you this Tyrannosaurus claw because I'm pretty sure you'll love it. Whoa, look at this. Thank you. I knew it. Here's a weird question for you. If you'd lived thousands of years ago, what would you want to leave behind for people to remember you by? For me, I think I'd want to keep a notebook. That way I could tell future generations what life was like when I was around. It doesn't really matter though since I'm here now. If you think about it, these artifacts and fossils right here are like silent witnesses. They've seen things that you and I have never even thought about. And these artifacts know things that you and I will never figure out. Well, of course I know some of it, but yeah. I mean, that's true. Need to get home, drop this stuff off so I can do everything that I need to do as I need to do it. Because I need to do it. $47. I don't have the battery now. Mining. Da -da. Raphael. That's weird because you weren't here yesterday. When I did this before, when it was today, I made my mistakes. Boom. Okay. I don't think I can really do much with that. Gonna upgrade. Alright, it'll be good in one working day. Does that mean I'll have it tomorrow? Ooh, what would we want to give him? Pickled shallots. And it's perfectly pickled. When it comes to birthdays, people mostly just appreciate you remembering. Kind of shows you that they're... said something in your thoughts, but hey, gifts never hurt either. Read anything interesting lately? Tell me all about it. I like hearing you talk about the books you read. No, but we can go hang out at the library. It's free. Heck yeah, I'm game. Yeah, see? them decide where we go. Not really, not all the time. That was awesome. You're cool. You're getting to know Pablo better. Hey. Hi, Blue. Kenny's 4. And we're all done for the week. Dang, I haven't even seen you at all, but you're 6. Where are you? I guess I should have. Lemon PQR. Of course, you're back. Where I just was. A gift for you, and we need to hang out. I didn't even check to see if anything should be donated. Offered, I mean. I appreciate it, thanks. I'm still having a hard time removing the impurities from the Tivandium. If I can't remove them, I'm wondering if I could just go ahead and make the iron. If I make the iron eye hammer without pure Tivandium, what will happen? That sounds like it could be scary. Probably nothing. But then again, maybe something. Shouldn't I take that chance? So did we go eat tacos or did we not go eat tacos? I don't know, but I'll spend 100. No offense, Raphael, but I'm not trying to do tea for $100. But I do want to see what the spa day is like. I do the spa day. Sure, I'll hang out with you. Is now a good time? I don't know what afternoon tea looks like, but I also have never been in the salon. Oh, and then I'll be near. Oh, nice. I'll also be near the pots and pans shop. Looks like he had fun. Raphael likes the spa. I usually don't enjoy hanging out too much, but that was okay. Yeah, that was fun. So this does still say your connection with Raphael is growing stronger. So it must be heart number 6 where that starts. Okay, let's see what services you guys offer. Oh, oh, you can totally change yourself for $500. Oh. Okay. Well, we're not gonna do that. But that's good to know. Okay. I heard that and I know what that means. I think I know what that means. We need to go to the beach. Let's see if I did not buy it. Okay, now we did. And now we need to go to the beach before I forget that we heard the bell near the town center. But I do also need to come up here, see if I can offer any of the stuff that's in my pocket before I dump it out. I'm not interested in you, butterfly. No, I should be. Okay, nothing. Cool. I'm pretty sure none of these can be donated, but let me check. Oh, I didn't go to the beach. I get so distracted so easily. Okay, Red Barrel was one of them. I just need one more. But we're gonna go underwater. First, let me go over to the beach though, because I'm gonna forget. And then we can drop our stuff and then go back. I believe what I heard was that basket being full. Oh, I didn't. Oh, I thought that's what the noise was. Okay, no problem. Bug. And let me go ahead and take bug. There's a more seeds. Good. Another lotus. Garbage. I'm interested in shells. So much celery. Okay, I said I was gonna drop stuff off and then go diving. But me saying I'm gonna drop stuff off is tricky because I gotta pick stuff up. Ah, of course, it's very full. Okay. Yikes. Oh no, actually, we want to keep the bugs, right? To cook with. Yeah. So mining. Mm. Sell that. Okay, we're gonna go diving. See what we can find. Even though I didn't get it the last time when I couldn't save, I might get it this time. I have to remember that I can't dash. Okay. It seems like it's gonna be kind of the same because that was there before. Okay. I don't remember getting you like this here. Like this. I mean, it's petty kinda, but let me go ahead and do it. Why not? Maybe this will help it not crash because I'll have stuff out of my pocket. Probably not, but who knows? We'll never know till I try, right? Donated, that's already donated and offered. Fine. Well, yep, this is what we got last time. This was here and this was here. Was that there though? Don't remember. Okay, okay. Yes, and that did not have anything in it. So we're gonna move it. Bought this before, but I don't know if I donated it. Move slow. I know it likes to hang out like in this type of area. I want to see it first. No? No? No. Okay. I tried. I can't see it. No, it's there somewhere. Silver sea slug. You gotta be kidding. Again, it's lit up. How am I lit up? I know I'm not going crazy. Makes no sense. I'll get it in a trap one day. Inventory full. I can start going back anyways. Map. Yeah, we need to turn around. Turn around. Every now and then I get a little bit stronger. Na, 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 na. Uh-oh. There's another thing I could grab. Come on, come on. Oh, my apple jam. Every now and then I'll fall apart. We're just gonna have to leave it. I can't be sad for everything. I'm already in a new space that I haven't come to. I'm doing too much. I just need to go down here. I wanna be. Oh, that's a good problem to have. It's too much. Make sure that's food. Donate. Donated. Donated. Okay. Did end up donating all of those. Trash away. And then we'll be able to go to sleep before turn to a pumpkin. Okay, that's pop. Almost forgot. I didn't get this to sell. I want to do another day. Okay, so the pan and the grill. 25 recipe. Mooncake. Oh, so as long as I get any flour, I'll be able to make mooncake. I can make sushi. And sashimi. Oh no, I don't have a chef knife. I can make spring frittata though. I don't have a skillet. Oh, it's a frying pan. Stone and Eddie. I don't have a pot. That's funny. Stone soup is just stone and whatever you can eat. Should have cut down some trees. Gained one with Eleanor. Duck mayonnaise for the win. Okay. Hope it doesn't crash. It crashed again. Alright, well, since it crashed again, I'm done. Yeah. I don't know what's going on with the game, but that's not cool. It's really weird, but anyways, thanks for hanging out, and hope you have a great rest of your night.